Okay. Hello guys. Welcome to the stream. We're back here with Microsoft Flight Simulator today. We're going to be taking a flight from New York JFK Airport to Denver International. Really looking forward to this one. Tried to actually do this over the weekend, but unfortunately I was having a few issues with the game, so we unfortunately couldn't do that just then. So let's get set up here. I've got all of my flight plan and details next to me, so I'm just gonna get things set up real quick, and then we can jump into the plane. So we're gonna be flying from JFK International in New York. We're gonna be flying from Terminal 5, as we are currently flying as JetBlue today. This is actually a real flight that JetBlue do operate. And we're going to be flying from terminal. This will be Terminal 5 parking right here. I'm just going to pick a medium parking slot there. I believe that is. Yep, gate A26, gate medium. It does say gate A26. I believe that is the actual parking gate name. No, it's not actually the actual parking name for that particular slot. The game doesn't seem to have it correct. But yeah, Terminal 5 is where JetBlue operate out of. JetBlue is actually a New York-based operator. So they have Terminal 5 at JFK. And we are going to be departing to Denver International Airport, which we will zoom in on, and parking will be as given by the ATC as we arrive. And we are going to be flying in today. Let me just check. So on my flight plan, I originally planned for runway 13 right from JFK. However, I do believe that 13 right is not in use currently. We're going by real world factors here. So let's just have a quick look at the ATIS here. So departing runway is actually 4 left. So we're going to be departing at 4 left from JFK and arriving at Denver International on we're actually going to arrive at 16 right, so that is correct, but we don't actually need to mess with that too much. We'll get that all set up when we get into the plane, and we are going to go on to the weight and balance section. We're going to set it up first because it gives you the center of gravity here, which you cannot actually look at when you're in the plane. So we're going to get that set up real quick. So our payload today, we first need to work out the center of gravity, zero fuel center of gravity. So we're going to put into the payload section here is 36.9 thousand tons. That's going to be out here. And that's saying out of limit, so we'll have to just reorder that real quick, but 36.9 is going to be about there. I'm not going to get too precise on this because it's it'll take me forever doing the quick maths, but we're just going to move some in from business class here into economy. And that's going to sort the center of gravity out there. And just before we do that, I'm just looking at my flight plan on my other monitor here. So So zero fuel, center of gravity. I'm just going to screenshot that quickly, just so I don't forget. Okay, and our fuel today is going to be 28.1. .1, and we can actually get the fuel when, actually no, we'll just put it in now, so we've got the center of gravity for that as well. 28.1 is going to be about there. Beautiful. That center of gravity actually, yeah, it does. .1, and I'm just going to screenshot that as well. Again, just so I don't forget. Which is highly likely. Okie dokie. So that's the plane setup and failures, ATC options. We're just going to set this up real quick. Our call sign is JBU today, and because we're JetBlue, and flight number is 1497. If you actually look that up, that is in fact the correct flight number for this flight. Flight conditions today are going to be live, weather, and time. So we're going to be setting off. I did plan to depart around now, but just been working out a few snagging issues with the stream. So we're going to be probably departing about half an hour late today, and just after sunrise, in fact. So it should be quite a nice heading out, and we're going to just leave air traffic off for this flight. Mainly because I've not done a flight in a little while, so I just don't want to get things messed up in any way by other people interfering. So we're going to hit fly and get into the airplane and get the airplane set up. So looking forward to this flight today. Should be quite a nice one. I've not actually flown over either of these spots really a great deal. I've not flown over JFK at all. Had a quick look at Denver International because I did purchase that the other day on the marketplace, and I just wanted to see what that looked like. But it should look pretty epic. I've not actually flown into there. I've just done a few little circuits around it in a little GA plane. So it would be quite interesting to see lots of detail in Denver International Airport. As you may well know, it's one of the biggest airports in the world, and certainly the biggest in North America. Absolutely enormous airport. I think it's got about 6 or 7 runways. Pretty cool engineering on there. I'm going to attempt to do a little bit of airline captaining and a role play once we get in the plane here, and should be quite fun. I would been watching a lot of aviation videos, and I don't know, it's just very inspiring career to me, being a pilot. So yeah, why not give it a try? So welcome to the stream today if you're joining us on Facebook, Twitch or YouTube. Doing a multi-stream again today. So yeah, it'd be sorry, I'm just checking out my other screen here. So yeah, by all means, don't be shy. Say hello in the chat if you're new to the stream. This is taking quite some time to load here. This is a bit abnormal. But it's not crashed. That's a good start. It's a pretty rare, pretty common occurrence for this game to crash. So hopefully I've not jinxed it there, but certainly is taking a while to load up here. Okay, cool. Here we go. So we're loading in now. Oh, beautiful. So as you can see, the sun is just starting to come up here. It looks like it's a bit cloudy. We've got a little bit of rain as well, potentially. Yeah, you can definitely hear the rain. Okay, so let's get into the plane here. Gonna pull over my flight controls. So I'm completely ready and beautiful. Okie dokie, cool. So let's get the batteries on and we'll turn on the external power. Just gonna let the plane run its self-test real quick. And just while the plane sort of sets itself up, we're gonna get things start to input our information here on the flight management system. Okay, so let's just check this real quick. Can't really do anything about the database at the moment, I believe. So we'll just leave that as it is. Okay, so let's have a quick look here. So going from JFK to Denver International, that's already input for us. Flight number 1497. Let's just change that to JBU1497. And then let's just get started with this page. So our cost index today is going to be 7. And the cruising flight level is going to be flight level 340, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be flight level 340. Okay, I'm not sure we can do anything with the win page yet. That all set up. So we're going to go now to our flight plan. This is looking different to how we had it before. Interesting. But let's go to the flight plan here. And this is the first time I've done this from scratch, so this could go a little bit wrong, but let's see here. So JFK departure. We're going to be departing here from runway 4 left, which is the one that is currently in use. And we're not going to use a SID to depart. We're going to be departing direct out. So we're going to insert that. And then we're going to go here. And I believe that is not what I wanted to do. Like I said, this could go terribly wrong, but hopefully not. So we are going to depart straight out to RBV is going to be our first waypoint. So RBV, and I'm not sure if I can actually insert directly from this page, so we're going to have to go here. Airways from JFK to, I believe, RBV. RBV is going to be this one, because we're in the northern hemisphere. And then we are going to Air is our next waypoint. Yeah, they're both the same, so we're going to select that one, and that's going to be via okay, I think I might have done that wrong. So we're gonna looks like we're gonna be doing that again. Okay, so we're gonna go from JFK direct to RBV. Then we are going to Air via J230. J230. It doesn't seem to want to input that there for some reason. But I think that has actually worked. I think that's how it works. To Air. And no, that's not working for some reason. Interesting. Check on my flight plan here. Right. Interesting. On both my flight plans here, I actually have different. I have different waypoints showing up. This is a bit strange. I've got Air showing up as a waypoint, and then also interesting. So we're gonna go RBV. And then we're gonna go J230. The Air. And it still doesn't seem to want to work for me. bit strange, to be honest. Not sure exactly why it's doing that, but let's just carry on. So then we're going to go direct to Ape, which is going to be that one. And then we're going to go J178 to FWA. J178 to FWA. They're both the same. And for some reason it's doing the same thing again. That's rather strange. Wondering if there are some airways actually missing on the game. Just zoom out real quick. Let's just turn this on. I don't necessarily think that has something to do with it, because this is on a database, not using current location, but I'm going to double check that I'm actually doing this correct as well. Bear with me one moment. Yeah, that is a bit strange actually. I'm doing everything correctly, but for some reason it doesn't seem to want to input the airways that I'm using. I'm just going to continue here and just see how it gets on. So from FWA, we're going direct to JOT, which is going to be that one. They're both the same. And then once we get to here, actually doesn't let us go down anymore, so I'm going to just insert that, and we're still waiting for the adheres to align. 5 minutes. We're going to just scroll down here and go to JOT. We go to airways from JOT, and this is not working either. It's a bit strange actually. That is a bit bizarre. I'm just double checking how I can actually enter the waypoints from here. I guess what we're going to have to do then is we are going to have to input the waypoints directly into here. Which does seem to work. Strange, it's not letting me use any airways at all. And I'm going to go OBH. And then direct to BRWRY. Bravo Romeo Whiskey Romeo Yankee. I'm going to insert that. Okay, that seems to be correct. And then we're going to input our arrival into Denver, which is going to be runway 16 left via the Logger 1 star. Is this one? No vias, I believe. No transition. BRWRY. Just check that. I think that is a transition we can actually use. Runway 16 left, ILS. We're just going to go for no transition. ILS 16 left. I'm just going to cancel that. I'm not sure exactly what I've done there. Arrival 16 left via star. Law Golf Romeo 1. I'm going to insert that and return. Okay, so that seems to have inserted. double checking this against the charts. Okay, cool. And let's just check this now on our flight plan and see if that actually makes sense. So we seem to have a bit of a weird little U-shape going on here. Yeah, I guess that's the runway. Okay, and let's go plan. Okay, that's immediately not looking terribly hopeful, but okay. That's actually coming in from the top left, so I think it's used transition there. Approach, yeah. Yeah, so it's actually used approach transition. Which is actually correct, so that's okay. Let's just check the standard arrival. Make sure that has fixtures at the proper location. It seems to have used a slightly different routing to what I was expecting. Interesting. LS16 left. Lord GR1 transition. I mean, it seems to link up and it looks okay. Just not what I was expecting, that's all. Let's just take this from the start. The first waypoint RBV. It seems to make sense, but this last part just threw me a little bit. It seems to be, looking at the charts here, this is a arrival for a different runway. It seems to think this is the correct routing. If I actually bring up here on my screen, if I bring up my charts, so you can actually see here, this is the arrival route that we're looking at. close this off. Law Golf Romeo 1 arrival, which is what we input. So as you can see here, it brings us in. Starting here, this is the first waypoint in the arrival. BRWY. Dunk Lima. To Kolsch, which is all correct. This part is all correct up to Papa Pint, which is correct, but then it takes us, rather than taking us up here this way to this arrival, which appears to be for 16 left, which is our runway, it actually takes us down to Burp, and then on to Jet. And then it uses a transition route, I believe, which takes us up and round, which would in fact be, we look at the approach here. That actually takes us up to this waypoint from Jep. Which I guess we can do. I suppose it should work. I don't know if it's entirely the proper way to do it, but it should still get us onto the ILS for arrivals. Okay, cool. So we're just going to roll with that for now, and we'll see how it goes. Should be fine. So yeah, let's carry on with the setup here. So we're going to turn the fuel pumps on. We are going to start the APU. We can turn on some of the lights in here, so it's a little bit brighter. Put that on dim, and then bear with me.
Airport information Sierra 1100 Zulu. Wind 0904 at 10. Visibility 6 in heavy rain. Sky conditions.
Oh, great, heavy rain.
At 1,100 feet, few clouds. At 4,200 feet, few clouds. At 12,300 feet. Temperature 20. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29.904. ILS runway 13 left and visual runway 13 right in use. Landing and departing runway 13 left and runway 13 right. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Sierra.
Departing runway 13 left and 13 right. That's not true to life, but okay, we're just gonna roll with it. We'll tune ground now that we are starting to get things a little bit more ready, and we'll get some ground services on the go. We'll request baggage.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo uniform 14907. Could you please send the baggage?
JBU Juliet Bravo uniform 14907 baggage is on the way.
So cargo door has opened up now. Let's just go and have a quick look at what that looks like. They're bringing in the cargo down here. Let's just have a quick play with this drone camera real quick. Let's see if we can get some shots going on. So we'll just close this off. Get a bit of depth of field going on there. It's kind of nice. Fortunately, it's extremely cloudy, so we're not really getting too much by the way of nice lighting. This is pretty grim, to be quite honest. Not seeing many other JetBlue planes here either. It seems like Allegiant have taken over the place, considering this is a JetBlue terminal. That's a bit surprising. So we will carry on with the loading now, and we don't need the camera. We'll request a catering service.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907. Could you please send the catering truck?
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907. The catering truck is on the road.
We've got our rear starboard side cabin door open now, and we'll request a jetway connection.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907. Could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907. The jetway is going to be connected.
There we go. Beautiful. We've got our Gate Gourmet coming up here. I'm using the community skin pack for this, so we've got some realistic brands going on the ground services here. That doesn't look too safe, but we're going to roll with that as well. Let's get back in here, turn off the warning, just to see your side door is now open. Okay, and it's been a short while since I last did this, so let's just make sure we're getting everything set up correctly. So we've got our flight plan input. Now we want to just have a look at our secondary flight plan, which doesn't work yet. Radio navigation. We've got our ILS set up, 16 left, which is fine. We don't need to do anything else on this page. Have a quick look on the charts here. So I don't think we're going to need any other further information input on there. I don't think we need to put a VOR in or anything like that. So we'll go back to the initialization page, and we're going to do initialization B now. I'm going to bring back up zero fuel weights, as I thought I would. As expected, I've forgotten what the figures are. We're going to put in /16.93 for the zero fuel center of gravity. Okay, so it's going to make me put in the full thing. 58.1 /16.93. Block fuel is 12.8 kilos, which is correct. Let's see here. Our taxi fuel is going to be taxi fuel. It's going to be. I'm just going to have to convert everything from pounds to tons here. It's going to be a 0.2 taxi fuel. Takeoff weight is going to be 154. 0.01 pounds, 2 tons. Going to be 69.1. Takeoff weight and landing weight is going to be 133430. So I set up the sim brief flight plan to be in pounds so that on the initial screen I could get the center of gravity nice and correct. But that just means when I come here I now have to convert all the other figures to tons. The 59.6. 59.6 is going to be the landing weight. Trip wind is going to be actually got a bit of a headwind today. It's going to be minus 53. Okay. So our planned fuel for final is going to be 2303 pounds into tons. Going to be 1 point exactly 1. It doesn't let us put the timing on that. I think this is done now. I don't think we can actually put any of this extra information in. So we're going to leave that one at that. And then we've got the performance page. So takeoff flaps is going to be 1. Flex temperature today, I'll just calculate that real quick. So if I actually bring up my browser here for you guys. I'm using this website to calculate the flex temperature. It is based on a normal A320, but it's not such an issue, just for simulation purposes. So KJFK's current airport. Let's just zoom out real quick. QNH is slightly different on here to oh no, it's actually pretty close. So let's just take that. Pack's going to be on. Flaps is going to be 1. Runway is going to be 4 left. I think that's what we went for in the end, wasn't it? 4 left. And calculate. Going to be a flex temperature of 68, as you can see. In fact, I didn't even select the right window. My apologies. I go to here. You can see I've just input all the information into this website. It's wabpro.cz/A320, and then you just put in the information here. Mainly I just click A320, airport, META, packs on, and then select the runway. That's really all you need to do, and then it gives you a flex temperature at the bottom. Depending on where you're taking off in the world, it's usually somewhere around 66 to 68 for the A320. I'm going to go back to the performance page and put in 68. Transition altitude for New York going to be down on the chart. If I remember correctly, the transition altitude for US same all over. 1,000, but I'm just gonna 18,000. That was it. Quite high in the US compared to Europe. And then thrust reduction, acceleration altitude is going to be 1,500. That's fine. And that's that page now complete. Okie dokie. So I think we are pretty much good to go now. I'm just going to come back over here, and 340 is our cruising altitude today. So just going to select that on the autopilot just before we start moving. Cool. Okay, I think that's everything. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think we're pretty much ready to push back. Okay, so just before we do that, we're going to put our beacon light on to let ground crew know that we're about to push back. Let's see, we can turn on our nav lights now. And wing anti-ice we'll have on as well. Seatbelt sights can now go on as we completed boarding. And dome lights we can now turn off because we're about to start moving. Okay, cool. And I did forget to actually start the APU. Probably best to do that before we get pushed back. We'll just increase the temperature in the cockpit a little bit here. Feeling a little bit chilly today. And I think that is everything set. Okay. Right. So I'm just going to set the weather radar on very quickly. Ah, so that's how you turn these lights on. I did wonder. We can hear the APU now starting up, flap open. And we're just going to turn on the weather radar if I can remember where the button is for that one. It's on this panel somewhere. turn the ignition on while we're here. Okay, there we go. There we go. I believe that's correct. There we go. And it's all red. Should be an interesting takeoff. It's looking a bit grim. Okay, cool. So let's get on to ATC. We can request a disconnection for the jetway now, and APU should be now available. So we're going to start APU bleed and turn off the external power. And just before we get pushed back here, I am just going to check which way we're going. Runway going. I keep forgetting this. The 4 left. Okay, so let's get some clearance to taxi.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 with Tango request taxi to the active straight out departure.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 taxi to and hold short of runway 13 right using taxiway Whiskey Alpha Tango Alpha November Charlie Alpha November Bravo Bravo November Papa Papa Foxtrot. Contact tower on 12
That's quite the taxiway right there.
Taxi to and
Let's
hold
just
short
go
of
with
runway 13 right using
13
taxiway Whiskey
right
Alpha Tango Alpha
for
November
this.
Charlie Alpha November Bravo Bravo November Papa Papa Foxtrot JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907.
Let's just change that to 13 right with no no exit. Let's see what that's done to the flight plan here. Still looks okay, I think. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go back to ground services and request a pushback and engine start.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 requesting pushback.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 pushback request accepted.
Okie dokie. So whilst the pushback gets underway here, let's have a quick look at this. If we can actually get the camera in the right spot. Nope. You can kind of see it there. We've got the Swiss port parking brake off. We've got the Swiss port tug truck. I think we've missed the sunrise here, but I mean, I don't think that's a terrible shame because it is actually a dire weather here. Okay, so engine start. I'm going to start engine 2. What is going on in the cabin here? Everything is going all wavy. That's a bit strange. We're going to check the engine page here. Look for the N2 rotations are beginning. I'm going to ask this guy to turn me to the left.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 requesting pushback to steer the aircraft to the left.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
We've got the engine starting up. And I think he's overshot it a little bit, but hey ho. I think they do need to work on this this pushback system. It's not the greatest.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 149er 7 requesting pushback to push the aircraft straight.
So we've got the hydraulic system starting up now, and looks like we are stable. Engine 1 start, pushback stop.
Kennedy ground, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 149er 7 requesting the end of pushback.
Parking brake set. Okay, and we can now turn the APU off, as we're now on engine power. We can turn our landing lights on, our taxi lights on, runway turn off lights on, and set strobe to auto. And we are going to set auto brake to medium, arm the speed brakes, and set flaps for takeoff. And unset parking brake, and we're gonna start taxiing here. Oh, I've got the reversers on. I've got a joystick with this detent that's supposed to be good for the reversers, but it seems to have a bit of a mind of its own. There we go. Okie dokie. We are on our way. Not getting the greatest frame rate here in New York in the rain, but it should be okay, I think. Okie dokie. Okay, so just going to make a quick announcement to the cabin while we taxi in here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this JetBlue flight number 1497. This is your captain speaking. My name is... Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bob, and I'll be your captain today. I'll be flying alongside my co-pilot, Alison Inverson. We've got a bit of a grey day today, as you can see here in New York, but we'll be on our way fairly shortly. Apologies for the slight delay in setting off here. Just had a few routing issues with the flight controller, but everything has now been resolved and we are set to go. So our flight today is going to take us roughly to the southwest, out and over Pennsylvania. I'm going to just skirt by Washington and then through into Ohio up to Chicago, and then over through Iowa, Nebraska, and then down into Denver. So I hope you guys will get yourself comfortable, and please please give 5 minutes of your attention to our cabin crew for their safety announcements, but make sure you are nice and comfortable. I hope you have a pleasant flight with us today. I will check back in with you once we are up in the air. Thanks for your time. Okie dokie, so just taking the taxi route over to runway 14. It's a little bit of a journey, but we'll get there. Careful not to speed here on the ground. It is really a great day today here in New York. Got a nice looking A380 just parked there, beautiful. I hope they add that to the game at some point in the future. Questionable airport traffic though, I do have to say. I feel like cars would not be driving this close to a moving aircraft. And accelerating towards me and driving straight through me. Interesting. Seem to have lost a lot of speed there in those turns. So we have another aircraft setting up, ready to get going now on the ride. Not gonna lie, I am questioning this taxi route a little bit. It seems to be missing quite a few lines. Usually on the taxi in, there's a continuous yellow line the whole way. This is a very grey day today. Just gonna tune the ATIS again just to double check on the weather.
Airport information Tango 1100 Zulu. Wind 0904 at 10. Visibility 6 in heavy rain. Sky condition few clouds at 1,100 feet, few clouds at 4,200 feet, few clouds at 12,300 feet. Temperature 2.10. Altimeter 29.904. ILS runway 13 left and visual runway 13 right in use. Landing and departing runway 13 left and runway 13 right. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Tango. Kennedy Airport information
Beautiful.
Tango 1100 Zulu.
So we've got a lot of rain, but not a lot of wind, so that's not too bad. I have to say, as much as grim as this weather is, I feel like the game has definitely nailed the feeling of weather like this. You can definitely feel the grimness in the air. We can get some angles going on whilst we taxi on down here. That's a cool little shot. Shame about the waypoint, but hey ho. Drone camera in this game is so cool. So here we go, approaching our designated runway. Just going to hold short here for a second and just double check that everything is set. Parking brake set. Okay, so we've got our flight level 34,000 set. Speed brakes armed. Flaps 1 set. Auto brake medium. Oh, I didn't actually know that switch worked in this. That's quite cool. We're going to set anti-ice as we're going up into the rain, and we're going to set the nose light to take off. Just going to flash the seatbelt signs on and off just so we know that we are ready for takeoff. And I'm just going to make a short announcement real quick. Cabin crew, cease for takeoff. Okie dokie. Let's do this. Help if I release the parking brake. Not gonna lie, I can't wait to punch through these clouds and get out of this rain. This is grim. I do hope the weather is better in Denver. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure why it's not letting me change cameras here. Okay, so here we go. Runway 13 right. Check we are on the center line. We are good. Okay, ready to take off. Ready. Take off. Set thrust to 40%. Stable. Takeoff thrust set. $80 knots is checked. B1. Rotate. Struggling to get up here a bit. Positive rate, gear up. Flaps up. Climb thrust set. And we're going to take a right turn here. I think the nose is pitched up way too much. I'm not sure how I've managed that. We're definitely climbing way too fast here. This is a little bit embarrassing. There we go, that's better. A little bit bumpy for the passengers in the back. Not much to see so far. Let's just see what the thrust level is actually on. My thrust thing on my joystick is not the greatest. Not the most accurate. That's autopilot set. Speed mode set. Managed altitude set. Climb mode set. Gun spoilers disarmed. Look at this weather. This is not nice. Now we're going to continue our climb straight up to our cruising altitude of 340. Should probably turn some of these lights off. It's probably not the best to have on in this kind of visibility. So we're going to turn off the landing lights and the nose light. And the runway turn off lights. Interesting, it looks like they actually shine through the cockpit a little bit there. So heading out to our waypoint RBV at 247 heading. And it's looking to increase our speed here as we go into our climb. I'm intrigued that the autopilot nav mode isn't actually coming on, but it seems to be following the flight plan. Bit strange. Yeah, it seems to be following, but for some reason just not going on to nav mode. Interesting. So not actually a great deal to do now, and till we reach our transition at altitude of 18,000. We'll then switch to standard QNH. And it looks like we're breaking through the clouds. Nice. There's a few more to go through. And this livery could definitely do with some updating. Actually, no, it was just a focus on the drone camera. Some bits of this livery are a little bit low res. Could definitely do with some upgrading, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, so once we get through these clouds, I can turn the seatbelt sign off. I'm going to turn these lights off as it's a bit brighter in here now. There we go. Much better. So our flight time today, I don't think I actually said this to the passengers, is 3 hours 51 minutes. Expected arrival time at Denver is not actually sure where to find that on the flight plan, to be honest. Thought it would say that right at the top, but clearly not. Oh yeah, apologies. Estimated arrival time is well, it was 14:49 UTC. I think it's going to be about an hour later than that now, so. Everything's looking good. So just as we start to approach cruise here, check everything is okay on the panels here. So engines look normal. Bleed looks normal. Getting the bleed from the engines there, which is great. This one doesn't work yet. This one doesn't work yet. This one doesn't work. Fuel is looking good. Nice even burn. Just over a ton used so far. APU is off. Doors all closed, thankfully. Light controls. I'm not sure if this page is fully operational as of yet. It looks like it is showing some information, but everything looks normal. And the all button doesn't work for whatever reason. Okay, great stuff. As you can see on the weather radar here, we are starting to slowly punch through the clouds. And I'm still getting a little bit of a funky frame rate here. Let's turn the seatbelt signs off. And we've reached the transition altitude, so we'll set that to standard. There we go. And we've still got quite a bit of ice on us, even though we have the anti-ice on. That's interesting. Yeah, so we got all the anti-ice on, but yeah, we still have a ton of ice buildup on the plane. Interesting. And it doesn't seem to be affecting the actual performance of the plane, but that's a bit strange. So definitely getting above this weather now, which is grand. Oops. Wonder if I'm able to tune the Denver Atis. Don't think I can. I can pull some weather information here though. And I think I'm having a bit of a speed bug right now. All of a sudden it just thinks that my speed is 0. Bit of a strange one. Got nice calm winds though, 3 knots, 225 degrees. Again, I don't know if that is actually a little bit bugged in this game right now. I think there is some strangeness going on with the weather. But looking at the meter, so at the moment the weather at Denver International Airport, got a wind of 240 degrees, 5 knots, very calm. 12 degrees. Not looking too bad, clear. Looking pretty good. Now, again, I don't know if it's worth using online tools for the weather. Obviously, this is live weather, but presently, I think the game is a little bit bugged in terms of how it interprets the weather from the user's Meteo Blue information. So I'm just a little bit skeptical that it's actually doing things correctly. Hopefully, that will be fixed at some point in the near future. Looks like we've got quite a bit more weather around us. As we continue climbing though, this should turn from red to orange. Still got a good 60,000 feet to climb, so I think we should be well above it. But yeah, there definitely are some quirks in the game at the moment, which is making some things a little bit more difficult than they need to be. For example, setting up the MCDU here, setting up the flight plan. There was a little bit of weirdness going on with regards to the airways and things like that. I hope that gets fixed. I know Navigraph is actually they're actually beta testing their data set in this game at the moment, so hopefully when that comes in, it should be a little bit more true to life in terms of what airways you can use and things like that. It should be nice. Hopefully they fix the weather issue as well. It pretty much always seems to be a 3-knot wind, so hopefully that gets fixed in the near future as well. Let's have a quick look here at our flight plan data. Let's just see. This UTC estimated time is usually wrong, but I'm always interested just to look and see if it's managed to work things out yet. So I feel like the estimated time to the next waypoint might actually be accurate at 12:40. 12:02 right now. I think that might be accurate. It's a little bit difficult to actually see. See the waypoints when you've got the weather radar on. And for some reason these waypoints do have altitude constraints. I'm not sure exactly why that is, but I'm gonna see if I can actually clear that off. Mainly because I don't want the plane descending that early. That's way too early. In fact, it won't actually, because I've got my cruising altitude set, so it's not gonna descend at that point. Cool. Okay. Great stuff. So I think that that time might be correct. Potentially. Might be wrong. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Estimated arrival in KDEN is definitely incorrect though. 12:05, that's in 2 minutes time. So reaching our cruising altitude now. And we're just going to set this to Mach as we are now at our cruising altitude. I believe it's over 20-something thousand feet that you're supposed to use Mach, but I can't remember off the top of my head, to be quite honest. And I did forget to turn the flight directors on. That's probably why it wasn't showing me this information, so that's my bad. Like I say, it's been a few days since I last messed around with the A320. And there's a lot to remember. I've only been doing this a couple of weeks since the sim came out. Alt cruise, checked. Okay then, so what time was it that we actually departed? I don't think it actually logs that. I wasn't expecting it to, but I thought I'd just check. Because, you know, why not? I think we actually took off around about 12:30 UK time, I believe. So what, 11:30 UTC. They're probably going to arrive 11:30, about 3:30, 3:20 UTC. Oh, got about 3 hours of cruise, probably just a little bit less. And we'll get ready for our descent. So, just while we are cruising here, I am going to just pop into the galley and get a bit of food. See if I can set up a cool camera angle though before I leave here. Let's see what we got. I do like these camera angles, but I think we could do better. Alright, let's have a play here. Oh, did I just do that? Did I do that? I don't know if I did. The camera controls do get a bit weird when you toggle between drone and external camera. It's a little bit strange. It really doesn't look nice, the amount of ice on the plane. I definitely put on anti-ice way early enough, and it's just a bit weird how it's got so much how it's got so much ice on the plane right now. All this flickering on the window is a little bit bizarre as well. Not seen that before. Alright, let's go into this camera mode because it's being weird. Alright, let's see if we can get something cool set up, something that's not too loud. This looks quite cool. Let's just turn the speed down. Maybe we go over to the captain's side. like it is a bit strange how much the plane actually moves in cruise. I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, but I mean, maybe we go for a wider zoom here. Interesting. Interesting that you can actually go in the cockpit with the drone. I didn't realize you could do that. The focus inside the cabin there. How's that? It's not bad. Not that excited about it though, I'm not gonna lie. What if we did something like this? Oh. Oh. That's cool. I didn't realize there was actually a galley back here. And the landing gear right there. And a rear galley as well. That's actually quite cool. I didn't know they existed. Let's turn the zoom a little bit less so it doesn't look quite as distorted. I think we're just going to go for something a bit more classic, you know? Definitely going to turn the speed up just for a minute. The lighting in that direction is a bit naff, so maybe we'll go something like this. I do like the backlighting though. Trying to get a nice little angle going on here. I should really change my stream title as well. We're not really boarding anymore, are we? How about we do something... I don't know. Something a bit like... maybe like this is quite cool. I can actually catch up with the plane. It's a bit of a pain to actually get it perfectly lined up here. Quite cool. Maybe a bit too zoomed out. It doesn't really make a difference at this distance, which makes sense. Okie dokie, cool. Alright, so I'm just gonna nip and get some food. I will return fairly shortly. I'll be right back. Hello, very good afternoon from the flight deck. I hope you are all well and enjoying this JetBlue flight today to Denver. Currently cruising at an altitude of 340,000 feet and a speed of 320 knots. Approximately 590 kilometers per hour. We are well on our way here to Denver, just approaching the halfway mark of this flight. And over on our right, although you probably won't be able to see it because of the clouds, we are approaching Lake Michigan. Flight today takes us over just past Chicago and through Illinois, Iowa, into Nebraska, and at that point we'll start our descent into Denver. So you'll be pleased to note that the weather in Denver is looking a little bit more promising versus our start destination today. Looks like we've got clear skies currently and cool but solid temperature of around 12 degrees. Fairly smooth flying at the moment. Got some nice smooth air that we should be passing through, and should the weather forecast be correct, hopefully these clouds will clear up on our approach into Denver, meaning for quite a nice smooth descent into the airport. If there's anything our flight crew can help you with today, please do not hesitate to ask. But from the flight deck, I wish you a wonderful rest of the flight. I hope you're all comfortable, and I'll be back with you just before our descent into Denver. Estimated time of arrival is going to be approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay then. Okay then, so we are back. As you just heard the captain say, we are well on our way here into Denver. Let's go back to the cockpit and see how things are looking. Okay, didn't mean to do that. Right. So just approaching our waypoint jot fairly shortly. Let's see how things are looking in here. All systems look fine. No errors on the displays here, on the eCam. Everything's looking good. Wind still basically the same, so I guess that's still bugged. 225 degrees, 3 knots. That's basically the same as what it was when we started the flight. So that's a bit disappointing. Appears the captain has lied to the passengers about the speed we're traveling, but never mind. Let's see, was the time correct for the last waypoint? I didn't actually get a chance to check. I wasn't actually here. Next waypoint says 13:30, so it'd be interesting to see if that's correct. We've got about, what's that? It's about 60 nautical miles to go. Yeah, about just over 40. So, oh, what's that? Probably about 45, isn't it? I'll see if I've got any calculations here to quickly work that out, but I do not appear to, and I'm not going to attempt to do that. So yeah, everything's looking good. Do these actually work? Oh, they do work. Nice. Yeah, so everything's looking good. Oh, I forgot to put that back to normal. That's a big mistake. So I guess some of these work and some of them don't, so it's a little bit confusing. But this explains why I've not been getting any ATC transmissions. Alt RPTG. I'm not exactly sure what that does, to be quite honest. Let's check in with ATC. Oh, still getting a bit of a strange frame rate. Doesn't seem very good, to be quite honest. I would have thought I would be getting better than this. I did tweak. Spent a lot of time tweaking my graphics settings recently. Let's see if anything's changed back to... Yeah, I mean, it's still what I set it to. Yeah, I did spend a fair bit of time trying to optimize this. A lot of these that are on Ultra, they don't really affect your frame rate at all, really. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of things on medium and high, honestly, you know, I feel like my computer should be able to run that quite easily, but clearly not. I did install an FPS sort of tweak as well that I got from Reddit, I believe. So I feel like I probably shouldn't be getting as low a frame rate as I am, but hey ho, I am streaming, I suppose. Oh, didn't mean to do that. We want WX and T. That's cool. And let's just double check everything is okay. Yeah, everything looks fine. I do wonder, do any of these work? I don't think they do. This one does work. That's fine. Let's see. Does this decrease the brightness of the overheads? No, it doesn't. It just alters what's on this section here. I guess that's this one, yep. It is. Okie dokie. Alright, so What? Increase floodlight brightness. That's on the PFD and ND. Oh. Oh, what happened there? We just dropped off Mac for a minute there. I think that's a bug, honestly, in the game. I am using the A320 NX mod. I don't know necessarily if that's a bug with that or whether it's a bug with the A320 in general. I have no way of knowing, to be quite honest, but yeah. Let's see, about 10 miles to go to Jot. And that says 1336. I'd be interested to know if that is correct on here. Interesting that it says CL there. I was under the impression that this should say auto when auto thrust is engaged. Let's see what happens if I just give it a little wiggle. See, there we go. Oh no, don't want to go that far. Yeah, so even though it is on CL, pretty sure it's still on auto. That's fine. Oh, nice. We've actually flown out of the clouds now. Beautiful. I guess the weather forecast was correct. This icing on the plane just looks awful. I'm pretty sure, like I said, I had the anti-ice on correct, so I feel like I shouldn't have got any ice there, but never mind. Temperature, total air temperature is 10 degrees. SAT, can't remember what that is, but I think that equates more to the actual outside temperature, which is minus 37 degrees. Got 5.8 tons of fuel left. Where else are we at? There is a fuel page we can look at. So far we burnt 5.5 tons. Interesting. Our flight plan didn't actually... it didn't really allow for much extra by the sounds of things, because we're only about halfway through the flight. So I bring up the VFR map. Yeah, I mean, we're just over halfway. Just past Lake Michigan. Let's see if we can actually see that in the distance. Not quite. It's very hazy over there. Okay, so let's speak to ATC then and just press flight following. Not 100% what the actual definition of flight following is, to be honest. Flight following is only for VFR pilots by the looks of things. That's not really relevant. Let's see what he says if we speak to him.
Chicago Center, JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 is type Airbus A320neo 2 miles northeast of 7 India Lima 8. Request flight following.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 Chicago Center. Squawk 0546.
0546 0546.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907 radar contact 3 miles southeast of Charlie 904 flight level 340.
Oh, so we just passed through that waypoint actually. 1341. Okay, so it's not correct now. The ETA on here, so this middle column is like the time.
JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907, please acknowledge.
It's the ETA for arrival at those waypoints. So I guess that's not fixed still. Oh well. I do wonder what my actual FPS is currently. Let's have a look. There we go. Not that great. Around 30. Reset this. I mean, 40 isn't terrible, but it's 30 when I move around, which makes that feeling of sort of horribleness. And it goes up to nice 60 when I'm kind of stationary outside, which is good. When you go inside the cockpit, it just tanks. I wonder what main thread is standing for in this game. Why don't we look that up? Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game could definitely do with some optimization. For example, if I go on Task Manager right now and let's have a look at my performance, CPU usage isn't even at 100%, GPU usage is at 47%, which is ridiculously low. I've got tons of memory available on my GPU. I've got tons of RAM available. Just doesn't seem to want to do stuff properly. Let's see, if we turn up the texture resolution, that should only affect the memory and texture synthesis. That's probably gonna add more into the memory. Not really. Yeah, so if I bring up on screen my task manager, Reddit, you can see my utilization here is
Bravo Uniform 14907, contact Chicago Center on 124.55.
Going to 124.55 JBU Juliet Bravo Uniform 14907.
deal with ATC here.
Chicago Center, JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er, 7 flight level 340.
JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er, 7 Chicago Center, continue to India, Oscar Whiskey as planned.
Thank you kindly. Yeah, so if we look at my task manager here, we've got 60% CPU usage and 48% GPU, which, if I'm honest, is pretty stupidly low for you know, how this game is running. I feel like it should definitely be able to squeeze more frames considering the amount of utilization. Bit strange, but let's see what happens as things progress. Nvidia might come out with some more drivers potentially and improve things, as well as optimization by the devs. We'll have to see. Disable crashes. I don't know why that is ticked, because I don't have that on. Visual icing. I wonder if that's to do with the actual icing on the plane. I might just crank that off. I feel like it shouldn't be there. And we'll just turn the dev menu off. Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people are having issues with optimization in this game, I suppose. Unfortunate. Let's see, I'm sure I installed an FPS fix. Yeah, it's installed. Not really helping that much, I guess. Let's see, what else?
JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er, 7 contact Chicago Center on 118.75.
Okie dokie. Pretty sure we were already speaking to Chicago Center. But okay.
Chicago Center, JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er, 7 flight level 340.
JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er, 7 Chicago Center, continue to India, Oscar Whiskey as planned.
Okie dokie. So India Oscar Whiskey is Iowa City waypoint. Not too far to go now. We'll be approaching descent phase in probably about half an hour, I imagine. Right on time, really. Let's have a look at some of these screens. So if we have a quick look through here. So I love the detail on these new panels that have been added by the A320X mod, showing the pressure inside the cabin, which is really cool. This stuff which does work, I'm not going to try it now, but you can see the pitch trim is set at 3.3, which is cool. And then if I did move the elevator or the ailerons or even the rudder, you'd be able to see these move, which is a very cool addition. You've even got the GBY. These are the hydraulic systems. So this hydraulic page doesn't work currently, so I can't really show you, but these are the hydraulic systems powering each of the different flight controls. The engines, the fuel used on either engine, PSI, the pressure inside the engines, oil temperature, I assume that is 25 QT, exhaust gas temperature 414. I imagine this is the temperature of the engines themselves. N1 VIB, which I believe is to do with the rotation speed. Not sure exactly on that one, I'll have to look that up. Interesting. This is a bleed page. I don't know if this is fully functional yet. I know this bleed valve for the APU does work, and then I believe these two work as well, and these for the engines. This HP I think is hydraulic pressure potentially, and then you've got the engines, engine bleed coming through, and then this is, I believe, the cabin depicted. I believe. I may be wrong about that. If you're watching and I'm totally wrong, please do not hesitate to correct me. So yeah, that's that. And let's have a look at this guy. This doesn't look correct. There should be a / there. Pretty sure I put that in correctly, yeah. Let's see, my flight plan did predict a headwind. We have a slight headwind, but it's nowhere near 53 knots. It's more like 3 knots. I do hope they fix that. I do hope they fix that relatively soon. It is kind of game breaking to not have like functional weather in the game. You know, it's a flight simulator, not, you know, I don't know. I mean, if it's just clear, easy weather all the time, it's not, you know, there's no variation there. All your flights are going to be the same. So, yeah, do hope they fix that. This page clearly doesn't work. Yeah. So this has some information here, which is quite nice. Not all of them work, but there you go. I'm not actually 100% sure what this prog page is. I assume it's progress. Not entirely sure what all this information means. I don't also trust a lot of the information in here at the moment. I think it's still not working entirely properly. So yeah, not super convinced on all the information in here. ILS is set for 16 left. There's no frequency in there for some reason, which is a bit strange. Let me just check what that is.
JBU
Okie dokie. Pretty sure I'm already talking to. I guess it's just a different frequency that they use.
Chicago Center, JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er7, flight level 340.
JBU Juliet, Bravo Uniform, 149er7, Chicago Center, continue to India, Oscar Whiskey as planned.
I guess it's using both the flight number from what I put on the menu, 1497. Let's just do it at that so it doesn't repeat the call sign twice. Okay, so the DME, ILS DME 16 left. Hang on a minute. So I was actually hoping for 16 right, and I put in 16 left by accident. Same inbound star. And there was no vias either. And no transition. But it doesn't seem to let me select that star without a transition, so... Let's see if this works with no vias. Okay, ILS 16 right. Law GR1 transition none. That's what I was hoping for. Let's see what that looks like on the light plan here.
JBU 149er7, contact Chicago Center on 135.6.
Going to 135.6 JBU 149er7. Chicago Center, JBU 149er7, flight level 340.
JBU 149er7, Chicago Center, continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Okay, so this looks the same. Looks like there's some kind of graphical error going on there. I think it just says IOW over everything. Which is what we're passing currently. Interesting. But it looks like everything is as expected.
JBU 149er7, contact Chicago Center on 132.8.
132.8 for JBU 149er7. Chicago Center, JBU 149er7, flight level 340.
JBU 149er7, Chicago Center, continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Let's have a look here. So let's do a little bit of a descent briefing as we're approaching the descent phase. I'll turn my charts on here so you guys can see. So our approach is right here. So we are doing the Law Golf Romeo 1 arrival. And let's have a quick look here. Just have a look at the flight plan and see if the... I don't know if I can get rid of this. It just seems to be stuck there. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've already passed through that waypoint.
Contact Chicago Center on 118.15.
Going to 118.15 JBU 14907.
Yeah, we already have passed that, so not exactly sure why it's doing that. Strange. Anyway, so this is the beginning of our descent here. Actually, I think we're... I wish I could see. Okay, so that waypoint is... That's OBH right there, 240 nautical. Away, so that's a fair distance. And... if we look here on the FMS, then you guys can see my charts right here. You guys can't see the FMS, so apologies for that. I'll move this. What if I do... what if I do this? And then this... Is that any good? That seems okay. I can move it a bit more. Okie doke. So, having a look at the charts here, if we zoom in, we've got brewery, which is entrance to the arrival. Let's see if we can set an altitude and a speed restriction here. So the altitude restriction is flight level 200. So let's see if we can set that. New destination, next waypoint. Doesn't look like you can change that still. You should be able to change that, but like you can. But yeah, essentially we need to be at flight level 200, as you can see here on the plan. I don't know where my mouse is actually showing when I yeah. So there we go. So flight level 200 brewery, and then we stay at good all the way. And then I can't really see that without bringing it up full size on my screen. So flight level 200 here. Not sure if this is indicating reduction in altitude. level 210 to 15,000. So yeah, that's the minimum altitude there. So by the time we get down to per pint, we should be at 250 knots at flight level 210, no lower than 15,000. So this actually says 18,000 or below, which is wrong, but not really that much I can do about that, unfortunately. So we'll just have to kind of manage that ourselves. Per pint, and then down to burb between 15 and 17, which says 16 below, 16 or below, which is, I mean, we might be able to use that. Down to JEP between 15 and 13. That one says below 14. So it's still not bad. We've got 250 knot speed limit at all of these waypoints. And then we are going down from JEP to Carlisle, which I believe is the transition. It's a bit unclear on here as to where this transition takes place. I'm not entirely sure if the database on the game is actually matching up with this database here. So then if we go to ILS approach for runway 16 in the top right there, we've got Carlisle, mandatory 11,000 feet, which is fine. It does say below there, which is incorrect, but that's not too bad. Then we've got 210 knot speed limit there, down to Shrom, which is 10,000. So we can reduce 1,000 there down to Shred, which is here. And that will bring us in to the ILS approach. So we should be able to get, at this point, a lock on. We should be able to get the localizer established. And as we come down here, we should be able to establish on the glide slope fairly easily. I don't think I've flown an ILS before where you actually enter into it at 10,000 feet, which is interesting. So mandatory 10k up until this second point here, so I imagine we'll be able to get established on it pretty early. Unless this area here is where the glide slope, you can only get established in the glide slope. So the 3-degree descent. So yeah, not too bad. The decision altitude is going to be at 5,526 feet, which is the highest one I've ever done as well. Interesting. Okie dokie. And then let's see if we can set up any of this final data for the approach. So we can set the decision altitude to 5526. I'm actually just going to look that up real quick. Decision height ILS. I think we might just have a speed bug again. Yeah, it seems to have gone a bit funky on us there. Decision altitude is reference to mean sea level, and decision height is reference to the threshold elevation. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm just reading up on some more terminology there. We don't need to use a minimum decision altitude here because we are using the ILS, and the glide slope should be fine. Okay, so transition altitude again is going to be 18,000 as it is all over the US. Let me just verify that on this chart here. I can probably show you guys. It might not show on this chart actually because this chart's... Oh, there we go. Transition altitude just here. Just here. Okay. And then we don't have the weather for down there just yet. I mean, we technically we do, but it's likely to be wrong if I use... Likely to be wrong if I use an external website because of the whole bugged kind of system that they have here in Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment. So there's not really much point in paying attention to that. And the final thing that I wanted to just make sure that we had locked in was the RadNav. The ILS frequency is down ILS16R, which is what we want. And then we wanted to put in a / the correct frequency, which is 111.9. And that doesn't actually go in there. So, I mean, it has the information... Okay, so that's interesting. But it says the course for ILS 16 right is 180 degrees. According to this chart, as you can see here, it does say 173. So that's slightly worrying. We'll have to see what happens there. Maybe the database on this game has a slightly different approach to the real life scenario. What if we put in here IDQQ /... IDQQ / 111.9. I say it doesn't want to take that either, so we'll just have to see what it does. once we get there. I mean, we have quite a bit of distance on this approach on the final and quite a lot of altitude, so we should have a decent bit of time to try and correct. Maybe have to do a manual landing if this is all messed up, so we'll just have to see once we get there. But for now, we're going to bring back up this chart right here, and I'm going to just take it off the screen so you guys can see a bit better what is actually going on. We've got plenty of ice on the plane, but it's definitely cleared up now. It's looking a bit nicer. Right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to nip to the toilet. Okay, we're back. I wonder what this sort of visual glitch is here. I've not seen this before. I wonder if that's something to do with... I wonder if it's to do with this. No. I do wonder. I mean, channel maps, that's set quite high, so I don't think it's going to be that. I don't know what that could be, to be honest. Bit strange, I've not seen that one before. And the icing on the plane does look pretty gross. Oh. Interesting. So, the way I had the camera set up before was actually pretty badly aligned with the ground. What I was trying to do, get it sort of perfectly aligned. Quite difficult to get that lined up, to be honest. I wonder if it's just to do with the whoa, to do with the distortion on the lens. Suppose it could be. It's pretty wide angle. Let's have a look. Oh, we never contacted our next point, did we?
Minneapolis Center JBU 14907 flight level 340.
JBU 14907 Minneapolis Center. Continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Okay, so let's see. So I guess it's not the distortion then, because I zoomed in quite a decent bit there. It feels really tough to get in the right spot. And it's entirely possible that I'm missing one of the controls. Oh. What have I just done? Ah, it moves it to the horizon, I believe. Alright, let's have a mess around here then. Let's have a play around, see if we can get some cool angles going. Whoa, so fast. I'm gonna try and get a bit of zoom. I think we had this angle earlier on, didn't we? But I do like it. Oh, focus. That looks pretty clean. Can't lie. Let's see what else we can get. That's quite nice also. Just don't understand why the plane is covered in so much damn ice. It looks horrible.
JBU 14907 contact Minneapolis Center on 128.75.
128.75 for JBU.
God, rotation speed.
Minneapolis Center JBU 14907 flight level 340.
JBU 14907 Minneapolis Center. Continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Quite like the look of this. I'll just focus it. It's a shame about the lighting. The lighting's not too great, is it? It's a bit boring. I mean, I suppose we could change that real quick. Just for the screenshot. Oh. Oh no. Why is the plane slowing down? There we go. Oh yeah. Boom. That's the lighting right there. That's the one. Oh, the game is frozen. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. This is not looking good. Oh, we're good. Beautiful. This is a screenshot right here. 100%. Let's see if we can refine this composition. There we go. Boom. Love it. What if we maybe did a bit more of this, maybe? Oh. They're quite like that. What about... doesn't quite have the same feel to it. Oh, that's kind of cool though. Right there with the moon. That's kind of cool. See if we can get some of that sun in it. That reflection though, that's just insane. It looks so good. I look at the reflection on the actual plane itself of the horizon. That is super cool. Quite a nice angle. Bit more of a classic angle that, I think. This I think is where it's at though, honestly. try to refine it a little bit, make it a little bit more interesting. What if we went like way up here? Not as much of a fan of that. This is quite a cool shot. Do prefer down here though, I think, with the winglets and the sky. It's just cool. I think that's nice. What if we zoomed a bit more? A bit less? That's real nice. That's a screenshot. Actually, I think I'm gonna just do a bit of that. Just to clean it up a bit. There we go. That's nice. Just love how you've got that contrast. Between the dark ground and the jet is just nicely illuminated. What about if we went down like this? That is quite cool. Right there. Could maybe even zoom that a bit more. Maybe a bit of that. And then if we went in here and made the sun even lower. Doesn't actually do that much for it. It is pretty cool though. Oh, the game's frozen again. Hopefully it doesn't completely crash on me. Oh, we're back. Okie dokie, let's go back to live weather. Oof. Live weather. Live time. That looks so different from underneath.
128.0 for JBU 149.7.
And we've got a bit of a freeze again. I think every time you change the weather, it's just gonna lag for a minute, I guess.
Minneapolis Center JBU 149.7 flight
Okay,
level
so
340.
where are we at?
JBU 14907 Minneapolis Center. Continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Okay, so we're doing pretty well. Next waypoint is OBH, and we're actually going to be approaching star. Not super soon, but relatively. So let's bring up my chart real quick. I need to be down at flight level 200 in approximately 100, and I'm probably gonna say about 100 nautical miles. So do a quick few calculations here. Stuff I've been attempting to learn. Yo, Football Mad Gamer. I am from the north of England. Not northwest, no, but I mean near enough. Near enough, yeah. How about yourself? Where are you from? Southwest, nice. They're not too pleased about that then. Okay, so we need to get down from 34,000 to 20,000. So that's going to be... $14,000. Divide that by 3.
JBU 14907 contact Minneapolis Center on 126.05.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's not exactly black hole, but I don't really hear too many people refer to as black hole as somewhere they would prefer to be. I'm not gonna lie.
JBU 149.7 flight level 340.
JBU 14907 Minneapolis Center. Continue to Oscar Bravo Hotel as planned.
Okay, so 14,000 divided by 20,000 divided by 3. Okay, so my calculations are not if I do 340 So how's your day been today, Football Mad Gamer? How are you doing? How's the weather in the southwest?
JBU 149er 7 contact Minneapolis Center on 119.4.
119.4 for JBU 149er 7. Minneapolis Center JBU 149er 7 flight level 340.
JBU 149er 7 Minneapolis Center continue to brewery as planned.
Yo, BME, I'm doing fantastic, thank you. I hope you're doing well. You're having a grand day. But yeah, so if you're referring to the flight, we're probably about 2/3 of the way through. We're going to be starting our descent relatively shortly into Denver International Airport. Just doing some calculations currently to work out my descent rate, as the VNav's not currently working in the A320, but make a few calculations should make it a bit easier. If I don't muck it up, that is. Yeah, I mean, personally, I've not used any of the Boeing aircraft yet. I mean, I've only got the 747 to use, but I mean, yeah, I just feel like Airbuses are just laid out so much more intuitively than a Boeing, in my opinion. I mean, I feel like they work relatively similarly, but I think, yeah, I just think the Airbus, it just makes more sense to me. Oh, really? I've never played Airport CEO. But, I mean, yeah, I was already interested in aviation anyway, but I never really played any flight sims, and I honestly, I got this game on the Game Pass, the Xbox Game Pass, and downloaded it just thinking, you know, I'll just check it out, just to see what it's like. I didn't think I would like it as much, to be quite honest.
Going to 132.7 JBU 149er 7.
And here we go, approaching Denver, contacting Denver Center.
Denver Center JBU
I've just noticed that I've actually only got 1.8 tons left of fuel on board, which is worryingly low. I feel like did I put the correct amount of fuel in when I set off? I may have not put the right fuel in, let's see. .1 tons. I'm pretty sure 28.1 thousand pounds. I'm pretty sure I put the fuel in correctly. Let's just see how we go. I mean, if it really comes to it, I can always just add more fuel from here. But this is not. It does look worryingly low. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just double check my calculations here. Block fuel on my flight plan is 28,066 pounds, 2 tons. That's 12.5 tons. And then if I look on here, where was my initialization? My block fuel is 12.4. So yeah. Yeah, okay, so I did put the right amount of fuel in. Interesting how my flight plan has calculated the fuel to this amount of it's not really giving me much leeway is what I think I'm trying to say. Oh, got you. So, BME, do you have like a digital or some kind of cockpit setup going in front of your computer? Yeah, I mean, football, my gamer. I'm not gonna lie. I am tempted to spend the extra money for the Dreamliner. I do really like the design of the Dreamliner. It is a very cool looking plane. It's extremely modern, and that appeals to me. So I am half tempted to do it, but yeah, it's quite a lot of money just for one plane, and it's not even really complete yet. So maybe we'll see how they update it. So I'm going to start my descent pretty shortly. I do need to descend to 20,000 feet relatively soon. Probably just going to select that now. I'm going to see what kind of rate of descent the plane gives me for that. So I only have about 46 miles to get down to 20,000. So if I take my ground speed, 448 times 5, 448 times 5, and Windows don't want to do that calculation for me. 448 times 5, 2240 should be my descent rate. So yeah, that should be okay. I think for now, might have to increase it a little bit. We'll just keep my eye on it. We don't have to be below 20,000 for quite a while, so we should be good there. And that is a good point actually for my game. I forgot that there are some bugs when it comes to fuel. I think the fuel burn is a little bit more than what it should be. I think I am running the A320X mod, though. I'm not sure if they've tweaked the fuel burn in that as well. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the situation is with the fuel, but I guess if we're going to run out, I can always just top it up. But that does seem extremely low for for where I am. But having said that, I am descending now, so I'm going to use dramatically less fuel. So we're on idle thrust right now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's really cool, actually, BME TV. I literally just got after I got this game, I got my first joystick, essentially. Not first one ever, but first one since, I don't know, I think the last flight sim I played was like Flight Sim 98 when I was a kid, and I had joystick then, and I haven't played a flight sim since. So I got this joystick, and it was like I was previously playing on an Xbox controller, and it's like night and day. It's ridiculous. I was so pleased with my purchase when I actually got it. I was like, oh my god, this is actually amazing. But that is very cool. How you've got all the switches and autopilot panel and stuff. That is very cool. I'd love to see a picture of that if you've got a photo. Send it to me on Twitter. That'd be really cool to see. Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But yeah, I am loving it. I've put so many hours into it already, and yeah, I honestly didn't think I would like it this much. I just hope they improve some of the performance on the game. I hope they optimize it a little bit better for frame rate and things like that. Because at the moment it just seems really badly optimized. Okay, so yeah, we are making our descent now. I think we're probably going to be fine making it down to flight level 200 for brewery. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, I don't think. We've still got the same wind as what we've had for like the last 2 hours, 225 degrees 3 knots, which is I'm pretty sure that's bugged. So yeah, we'll see if they fix the weather as well. Your rig barely meets the minimum spec, and it's painful in larger cities. Yeah, it's painful for me and in large cities, and my rig is well over the minimum spec. So yeah, I can only imagine what it's like for you, man. So Alt Star. We are good. Nice and early, actually. 30,000 foot slideshow. Nice. Oh, this is some nice looking scenery right now. See, Football Mad Gamer, I've tried using ATC before for descending. I tried to do like a really low visibility approach into Queenstown in New Zealand, and I tried to get ATC to vector me in, and it was just it didn't end well. Let's put it that way. I think I crashed about 3 times and then just gave up. I think the ATC honestly is a bit wonky in this game. But if it works for you, then that's good. I would like it to work for me, to be honest, but I just don't seem to have too much success with it. Okay, so I'm just checking my charts here real quick. So I can probably zoom this in a bit more now. We're getting to the descent phase. We've got Dunkel as the next one. That's flight level 200 still. We don't have a speed restriction until Upper Paint, which I believe that is actually in the FMS. Well, the speed restriction is there, so that's fine. We'll be at the speed early. But that's cool. Thank you for following Football Mad Gamer. Much appreciated. And BME as well, thank you for following, much appreciated. Tried ATC as well, but it conflicts with the descent profile in the flight plan. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't seem to tie up correctly. Yeah, some of the callouts that I see ATC make are just bewildering. Feels like they're telling you to dart about all over the place. Hopefully they will fix it, but if not, there are, like, I mean, like I say, I've only been playing this since it came out, really, but I believe there are add-ons you can get which have, you know, real people doing the ATC, which would be quite interesting to do. I think that'd be quite fun, and I guess the call-outs would be far more accurate then. Have any of you guys tried out any of the add-ons? I know Sim Connect is a bit unstable with the game now, but I don't know if you've tried out any of the add-ons in other sims. Like, I think there's one called IVAO and one called I can't actually remember the name of the other ones, but there's a couple of big ones where they've got ATC. VatSim, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I'm not sure I would know exactly what to say all of the time, but I guess there's only one way to learn. LA to Manchester sounds like a pretty solid flight. That'd be cool to do in a 747. 100%. Definitely, yeah. There's some really cool liveries that have just come out for the 747 as well. They've just released a new mega pack with quite a few more liveries in for the 747. So check them out if you've not already. They are very cool. Yeah, I think that's what I'd be like on ATC right now. Megapack 8, yeah, that's the one. Okay then, look at all these circles. What are all these circles? Is that supposed to look like that? Is that a certain method of farming in the US, potentially? But it is nice and clear. That's what the forecast said. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Virgin would be a good livery to have, for sure. Yeah, they do look a bit like crop circles, don't they? There's a lot of them though. Like, it's not very inconspicuous. Right, let's see. So the next waypoint is Kolsch. It's got 250 knot speed limit. It does have an altitude restriction on it, but we don't need to be that low. So I'm just gonna ignore that. We can stay at flight level 200 until we get through Kolsch, and they're descending down to 17,000. I'm just following this chart here on Navigraph. Don't know if you guys have used this. BME, you might have used this. Don't know. But yeah, it's very useful for you planning your descents and making it a little bit more realistic. I like it very much. Yeah, it's cool, this Navigraph, especially considering this game at the moment, the waypoint system or database. It seems to be missing a lot of information, so it's quite nice to actually be able to do these approaches, you know, a little bit more accurately, and it gives you a little bit of a guide, I suppose, to go by. But I will say I am a little bit worried for this ILS approach, because if you look on the ILS chart plate, the ILS plate for 16 right, which is the runway I'm set to go into here. If you look on the RadNav page, it says ILS 16 right. It doesn't have a frequency in, which is a bit unusual, and then it says course 180 degrees, which is off by 7 degrees to this chart, so I'm a little bit concerned as to what's going to happen, but we will see. Be interesting. Yeah, I fully agree, BME, actually. It's yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna do it on console. I don't know how the interface would work on console. Like, if you imagine flying A320, like all these buttons, like imagine having to like scroll through every single setting on using a controller, like, because there's no way of obviously using a mouse and jumping around. I suppose you can use a mouse on Xbox, can't you? But maybe, I don't know, maybe I suppose it's going to be a requirement to use keyboard and mouse if you want to fly an airliner. I suppose for GA flying it'll probably be quite good on console, but yeah, I fully agree with you there. Flying some of the more complex planes, it'd be very difficult. Okay. Where are we at here? I'll just take that chart off the screen, and I'll see if I can get into the ATIS in Denver yet. I guess not. I guess not. So I guess I'll just use the online meta information for now. And we can amend that if needs be. So currently got a wind of 200 and oops. Still got that typed in from earlier. 250 at 09 knots, which is actually not far off the in-game wind, so that's encouraging. Temperature of 14, and QNH is 022, I believe. If I'm reading that correctly.
118.475 JBU 14907. Denver Center JBU 14907, flight level 200.
JBU 14907 Denver Center, continue to caution as planned.
Okie dokie. So I'm just checking the weather information here real quickly. Yo, Cal, what's going on? Yeah, man. A320, it is a sweet plane. Yeah, Football Mad, I agree. It might well be that case. I mean, keyboard and mouse these days is probably quite a bit less expensive than an Xbox controller. I used that rationale to justify buying a joystick for this game. Like, I was looking at getting because my Xbox controller here, like, it's super old. So I just considered getting a new Xbox pad for this game. But then I noticed I could get a joystick for the same price or less. So I just decided to go for that instead. And I imagine a cheap mouse and keyboard would even be much cheaper. But yeah, that could be quite cool, BME. Like, yeah, 100%. You could just sit on your sofa and chill and fly some airliners. That'd be cool. Right, so I need to descend 17,000. And we're going to pass through the transition altitude here. Interesting that I can't actually contact Denver ATIS yet, because you would need the QNH right now. Unless I'm missing it, but I can't see it there. So I'm gonna set the QNH here to 1022. So that's QNH. Coming up to 17,000 feet, Old Star. We can stay at this altitude through this next waypoint. And we're looking good. Lots of fields. And crop circles, apparently. Do. So I'm going to go ahead and probably should have done this already. I'm going to go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on. And we're probably not going to need the anti-ice anymore. But the temperature is plus 20 degrees, so yeah, no problems at all. Now I'll be looking to turn some of the lights on shortly. And the next waypoint is actually a fair distance, about 42.9 nautical miles, so it can descend at a much slower pace, really. And I think it's about time we made a quick announcement to the cabin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are enjoying the flight today. We are beginning, or are currently underway, our descent down into Denver International Airport. So if you can make sure your seatbelts are now fastened for the descent. Our cabin crew will shortly be coming through the aisles to collect any rubbish you may have. If you can give them to them and listen to their final safety instructions. So coming in to Denver International Airport here, the weather is looking fine. It's a clear day, as you can see outside, with very low winds. Temperature of 14 degrees on the ground, and quite a pleasant day indeed, if a little bit on the chilly side. So I'd like to take a moment just to thank you for choosing JetBlue for your flight today. This is the last you'll hear from me until we get on the ground, but I hope you've enjoyed the flight today, and we'll see you again. Okay, so that's the cabin addressed. I'm intrigued to see how that sounds on the end of the stream. I tried to put some like filters on the voice to make it sound a bit more like a plain sort of address system, but yeah, not sure if that worked out or not. I'm gonna drop it to 16. Alt star.
JBU 149er, 7 contact Denver Center on 125.925.
Acknowledge handoff.
25 JBU 149er 7. Denver Center JBU 149er 7 16,100 feet.
JBU 149er, 7 Denver Center, continue to log as planned. Altimeter 29.908.
There we go, 29 but not 98, thank you very much. So that is totally different to what I found online. Interesting. We'll leave it on that for now. And our altitude is good at 16,000. Minimum altitude for the next waypoint is 15.
Contact Denver Center on 133.905.
And we can actually start to reduce our speed now.
JBU 149er 7.
Now this next waypoint does have a speed constraint on it already. Interested to see if the autopilot does actually do that.
149er 7 16,000 feet.
JBU 149er, 7 Denver Center, continue to log as planned. Altimeter 29.909er.
Yo, Tololos, thank you very much for following. Much appreciate. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to be slowing the plane down. Oh, yeah, there we go. Thrust idle. Speed mode, it doesn't seem to be slowing down unless it's going to do it last minute. Not a huge issue if it doesn't. I think we're going to survive it. Got an edgy seat cal there. It's some it's a nice approach. It's a nice long approach. Should be good. And it looks like the ice melted from the plane now, which is very nice. It looks much better. Looks much better. So yeah, it doesn't seem like this is slowing me down. I'm not sure what the actual enunciation is when it's trying to slow the plane, but I know it's not speed, as far as I'm aware. Maybe it won't do it until it goes through the waypoint. We'll see. Not a big issue. Once again, appreciate all the follows on Twitch today. Much appreciated. Hope you're enjoying the flight today. Just descending into Denver International Airport. I've never landed at this airport before, but I did recently just buy the add-on airport for this location. So it should be looking pretty cool as we come in for an approach. There should be some nice scenery for the airport, and obviously this airport has, I think it has 7 runways. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it is certainly a very big, quite an impressive airport. Let's see if the plane slows us down after it goes through this waypoint. It doesn't look like it is, but... You can't choose an airline as a default option. Do you mean like the actual plane model or the livery, like the airline that you're flying for? But yeah, I mean, either way, you're right that it's not the best. For some reason I can't tune Denver Airport yet. It's very strange. Very, very strange. And it's not slowed my speed down, so I'm going to do that myself. We're good on altitude for a while. I'm going to cancel this flight following and see if it actually... see if it helps us, like... So yeah, see if it actually lets me retune. There's just so many little airports around here, it's just totally clogging up the list here. There we go. No, yeah, that is unfortunate. You have to go in each time and change the livery manually, but hey-ho, maybe they'll change it in the future. One thing that I thought was a bit annoying as well is the fact that all the liveries, like if you downloaded the mega pack, they're all in just like a crazy order, and it's just triggering, but hey-ho. It's only been out for a couple of weeks. We'll see if they can fix some stuff like that. Wind calm.
At 1,100 feet, few clouds. At 4,200 feet, few clouds. At 12,400 feet. Temperature Altimeter 29.907. ILS runway 16 left, ILS runway 16 right, ILS
Oops.
runway 17 left, and ILS runway 17 right in use. Landing and departing runway
104.5 QNH.
17 left and runway 17 right. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have India.
Okay, thank you very much. Wind calm seems to be quite a common occurrence on this sim at the moment. Let's request a landing.
Tower JBU 14907 is tree 7 miles northeast with India to land.
Okay, so we're down to 250 knots.
Make left base runway 16 right. Altimeter 30.
We're approaching Burr. No higher than 17k, so we're good. That speed restriction is actually incorrect, the 210. And then we're going to make our way to the transition. I know we've still got Jeff to go yet.
JBU 14907, did you hear my last transmission?
I'm going to go ahead and start reducing to 15k anyway.
Make left base runway 16 right JBU 14907.
Wind 221 at 3, that's different to what the ATIS just said. And a different altimeter as well. Interesting. 3032, 221 at 3. And altimeter 30.2, which is 1017. And I'm just going to activate the approach phase right now. It's already active actually. So we're approaching Burp. We're at the right altitude. Next waypoint is Jet. Maximum altitude is 15,000 and a minimum of 13,000 at 250 knots. So we're at the right speed. And we're at the right altitude, but I might just go ahead and lower to 14, just so I'm still descending. See if we can see the airport just yet. Airport is somewhere over here. Don't quite see it just yet though. Coming down to 14,000, thrust idle star. We are doing nice. This is such a gradual approach. There's hardly any... The descent is just... It's not steep at all. It's just so chill. So chill. Not complaining at all. So if you're just tuning in, we are on our approach into Denver International Airport. This next waypoint here, Jeff, is the last waypoint before we transition on to the ILS transition. If I bring up my charts, actually, you can see where we are. So we're currently on this approach. This has been the distance we've traveled so far. We've come down here and off this top arrow here up to Jepf, which is in the middle. This is our last point before we transition over to Kale here, which is where we're heading to now. We're going to head there and then make our final approach in to the airport. Airport should be somewhere in front of us to the left, but I don't... Oh, there it is over there, I believe. Yeah, there she is. We're actually going to go past the airport and we're going to loop back round. We're going to loop back around to the right, sort of this way, and then we're going to come back down. Come back down here to 16 right, which is this runway here, I believe, if I am not mistaken. So let's just have a quick look around the cabin, make sure we haven't forgotten to do anything. I do need to decrease my speed to 10. We're going to decrease my speed. I've got a little bit of time. I do need to decrease my altitude as well to 11,000. But we do have a decent bit of time to do that. Might as well just put them both in and slowly make our way down. Let's see what else. So yeah, I think we're pretty much set to land. I will turn on the lights. I'll turn them on now, just because. Actually, don't need those on just yet. I will just arm them so that they're ready. When we get to 10,000 feet, we can turn them all on. We've got the seatbelt signs on. I'm just going to do that again, just so we are aware that we're on final approach. In the cabin, no smoking sign is auto. I think there's a bit of a glitch actually with this one. Seems like the light is coming through somewhere. Yes, the runway turn-off lights are actually on the landing gear. So it must be just clipping through the plane in some way or another. We're going to be making a turn here. Turning back on ourselves towards the airport, which I have now lost. It's over there. Thrust idle, open descent. Seems like we're pretty much run out of fuel, which is, I guess, that's bugged, because I definitely calculated enough fuel for this trip. So I guess I'll just put a bit more in like this. I know it's going to change our landing weight and things like that, which is a little bit annoying, but in fact, I just put as low amount in as possible, then it shouldn't be too far off. I think the fuel burn is a little bit bugged currently in this game, so to go on my flight planner and just check where we're at with these waypoints. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm going to continue to control the altitude myself. I don't think it's too much of an issue on this approach. To be quite honest, I'm going to turn the LS on to monitor the ILS coming live. Hopefully it works. There's a few discrepancies that I noticed earlier on versus the charts as to what the ILS is down on the database as on this game. So hopefully we shouldn't have too many issues. Might as well check the ATIS once again.
Denver Airport information, India 1500 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility, tree. Sky condition, few clouds at 1,100 feet, few clouds at 4,200 feet, few clouds at 12,400 feet. Temperature, 19er. Dew point, 10. Altimeter tree 0.00. ILS runway 16 left, ILS runway 16 right, ILS runway 17 left, and ILS runway 17 right to use. Landing is departing runway 16 left, runway 16 right, runway 17 left, and runway
Okay,
1.
that's not changed. So we are good to go. As long as the autopilot doesn't mess up on me on this last bit, we shall be good. Oh, I do apologize, by the way. I left my chart up on the screen. Didn't mean to do that. Apologies. Alright, so coming into Shrom now. It is 10,000 feet. 1,000 feet, just over 15 miles away from the airport. We'll go ahead and reduce altitude to 10,000. I'm going to lower our airspeed to 205. If I can get it to select that. There we go. And we're coming up to Shred, which is our final approach fix. And we're looking to see if the ILS comes alive now. I'm not seeing anything yet. Oh, did it just flash up for a second there? I did see something appear there, but it disappeared straight away. Hopefully that's not a bug. Last night might be why the diamonds didn't show. What happened last night? Okay, so we're going to Newland now, which is 9,000. So I'm just going to put managed altitude on now because it seems to know where we're going. I'm going to set 7,000, which is the final altitude. You put lock on, not LS. I feel like it should show in the bottom left here, regardless. Oh no, it's... oh no, it's not. That's just managed altitude. We'll put lock on, see what happens. I mean, LS is just a display of the information, and lock is telling the autopilot to actually capture the localizer. So, in theory, they shouldn't. I suppose if it might just be a visual bug and it might just not be showing, but we'll see. We shall see. I believe the glide slope doesn't actually start till 7,000 anyway, so it's quite a long ILS approach from what I've seen, although I feel like the localizer should be alive already. I mean, if I look, we should be aligned with the runway there or thereabouts right now. It looks like we are. It looks like the runway might be a little bit to the right, which is what I feared. I feel like this ILS is actually broken. I feel like.
2,500.
So I'm gonna set 6,000 180 flaps 1. Yeah, I know, right? It should be working. I think it's broken, but I do know that the runway is 173. I'm just gonna fly it manually, I think. Oh, that FPS though.
JBU-14907, did you hear my last transmission?
I did. Thanks for the clearance.
Cleared to land runway 16 right, JBU-14907.
It is the dev update of the thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna turn autopilot off. This could be a bit ropey. I do feel like I am a bit high. I am definitely far too high. Oh, great.
500. 400.
I'm just gonna have to go around, I think.
300.
That is unfortunate. It appears like that ILS approach is totally broken, to be honest. And what's going on with the throttle right now? Oh, it's because of flaps, my bad. No, 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 not that way. What is going on here? Might be a fuel issue. Why is it like pulsing like this? And why won't it let me click anything? I feel like something has gone horribly wrong with the game right now. What if I turn or I can't click anything? Is it this bug? There we go. Alright, so I'm just following the missed approach. Although I feel like I'm way past it. That is a little bit sad, I'm not gonna lie. Let's just level off here. Before I power back on, we'll level off. Like 10,000, level off. And we'll just vector ourselves back round. And see if we can rectify this landing. I'm gonna go for the same runway. It's a bit unfortunate that ILS is a bit broken. I did suspect there was something wrong with it, but I guess I was correct. Why is it turning through my heading? Oh, that's because... God damn it. I selected speed instead of heading. We'll just go for 330. And we'll vector ourselves in on to the same approach again. And we'll try it one more time. I'll try and do it all manually. I'll just do a quick calculation here. Well, I'll do a quick calculation once we get closer. I'll manually work out the glide slope. Vertical speed. It's a bit of a shame. I have had the autopilot mess up on me a couple, maybe once or twice before, and it's always disappointing, especially after a long flight like this. I just don't know whether it's something to do with their particular database or the actual autopilot function in the plane itself. I'm not knowledgeable enough to know whether that is the case, but we'll have to see. I know Navigraph is working on an updated or up-to-date database for the game, so we'll have to see if that fixes things. Right, let's see where we are. We can probably straighten ourselves up now. 350. Let's see, if I put in the red nav here, let's see if I can actually get some information on the airport. I don't know if this will actually work. IDQQ slash 111.9. No. What about there? No. What if I just put 111.9? 111.9 in here? Okay, so that's gone in. Now, does it actually know where that is? Don't think it does, to be quite honest. Not really giving me much information. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually picked up the right frequency or not. Don't think it has. Let's try 1-1. I don't think it's going to work unless you put... That's not a VOR frequency. 111.9. 117.9, sorry, for Denver VOR. It's not giving me any information. I thought it should give you distance information. Apparently not. Must be missing some information for this airport, I guess, potentially. Okay, so I'm going to start vectoring my way back in. Oops. $80. Gonna lower my speed a little bit more, just give myself a bit more leeway. See if we can do this. Right. Okay, so let's try this again. Just going to turn the flight directors off, turn that off. I'll leave it on just for a few more minutes. And we're going to turn in to 173. Might be a bit too early, so I'm just going to put it in slowly. Yeah, that was a bit too early. Okay, cool. Goes on the course for the runway. And then we need to block our altitude. Shortly. I think I've overshot it a bit there. Laps 1. Now reduce the speed even further to 185. I'm gonna correct my heading a bit. See if we can get a visual. Yep. Laps 2, take this nice and slowly. I think the airport is maybe calculated the distance is slightly incorrect as well. I'm not entirely sure. So where am I now? I'm at Newlyn. That is 11 miles away. So maybe it's right. It looks a lot closer than what it is on the radar, to be fair. Yeah, no diamonds. I'm just going to have to try and line myself up and then manually fly it in. I don't think the ILS is going to work for this one. Lap 3. Gear down. 2,500. Medium auto brakes. Speed brake armed. What is my approach speed? Needs to be 160, so I'm just going to drop it down to that now. I think I'm slightly off the runway. Ground speed is it's sending at 955. I'm going to take the autopilot off. Flaps full. I think I'm a touch high here, but I think I'm going to be able to land this just about. I don't really want this much throttle, to be quite honest, but oh, throttle seems to think that's right. I'm just gonna idle it. Yeah, I'm quite a bit off center line here.
500.
This is gonna be a bit scuffed.
300. 200.
Oh no!
100. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, reflex.
Oof! That was rough. That was rough, but we touched down and we didn't break the landing gear, so we are gravy. And I can't get my reverses to go off.
7 turn next taxiway.
Not my greatest landing, I'm not gonna lie, but I think there's something a little bit scuffed with the position of the airport on the radar and a few other things there, which made that a bit awkward for me, but hey ho, we made it.
JBU 149er, 7 turn next taxiway.
We survived. At least I didn't land on the grass.
JBU 149er, 7 contact ground on 119er decimal 475.
119er decimal 475 for JBU 149er 7.
What parking do we want? I think we want gates.
Ground JBU 149er 7 taxi to the gate.
JBU 149er, 7 taxi to gate Alpha 29er via taxiway Delta Foxtrot.
Thank you kindly.
Taxiing to gate Alpha 29er using taxiway Delta Foxtrot JBU 149er 7.
I'll turn some of these lights on now that I totally forgot to do before. Now just bear with me one moment while I answer this call. Right. Okay. We made it. Where we're going to? Taxi to gate A29. Interested to see if that is actually the correct gate in real life. So if we bring up Denver charts and the taxiways. Of course, a '29 should just be at the top left of Concourse A. So interested to see if that works out. Let's have a look. See if we can zoom in like far on this. Yes, we can. So our parking spot should be about here if it's about the same as real life. So we shall see. It looks like it's taking us in that direction. So in the chat, if you're watching, marks out of 10 for my landing. You don't have to be nice. That was absolutely atrocious. But if I learned one thing from the training sessions in this game, it was that if you are alive when you land the plane, it is a good landing. So that's what I'm sticking to. It's a bit unfortunate that the ILS doesn't work properly though for, you know, one of the main airports in the US in the game. Seems a bit strange. And this is a very hilly freaking taxiway right here. What the hell? Seems a bit strange. But there was definitely some weirdness going on there, especially when I tried to do the go around as well, and there was some absolute bizarreness going on with the throttle. Very, very strange. And this taxiway definitely needs to be sorted. This is not the best. I feel like it shouldn't be this bumpy. Yeah, it looks like A20. Oh. Yeah, it does actually look like A29 is where it would be in real life. To be fair, I would expect it to be. I did pay real money for this airport. Speaking of which, it does look pretty damn cool. Okay, I've come to a complete stop. I think there's something a little bit messed up with the terrain in this airport. This keeps slowing me down. Very weird. This airport is scuffed. Unless it's well known for having hilly taxiways, which I highly doubt, considering. Sorry, Football Mad. I missed your message. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like an interesting one. Like, you could even use the Grand Caravan, and it actually has like an Argentinian livery for it if you get the Mega Pack, which could be quite cool. I feel like the Grand Caravan or something similar to that would probably be more realistic to what they would use for a drug run. Hey, and look, we've got an A380 over there. Beautiful. I'm just going to take a bit of a wide berth into here. Where's my marshal? Oh, he's right there, actually. There actually is a marshal there. Do they actually, are they actually correct, though? I mean, it looks like I'm on center line and he's saying go to the right, which is clearly incorrect. Unless he's just telling me to straighten up. One day we'll get in there. That guy who's walking around down there is very concerning. He's definitely about to get sucked into the engines and burnt to a crisp. Oh, look, the marshal, it does actually, it is actually accurate. That's interesting. Never noticed that before. Telling me to go closer. Is he going to tell me to stop? Oh, he is as well. That is so cool. Need to get a better view of this. Come on, move. Oh, I'm on reverse thrust by accident again. The thrust on this joystick is it's not the greatest. So close. So close. And there we go. I think I went a tiny bit too far, but you can deal with that. So we'll turn this light off so we don't blind these people. Get this turned on real quick. Probably should have turned that on earlier. And to be fair, we already have external power, so not an issue. Turn the engine off. And we'll clean up. Oh, okay. Gonna do that. Total time of flight, 3 hours 43. And we're just gonna press continue because I wasn't expecting that. Yep, so engines off. Flight directors off. Seatbelt sign off. And I think we are pretty much good. I'll just reset them to off. Might as well turn the rest of the lights off. These can stay as they are. These can go back to default. And I think we are... Oh. Well, I think we are ready to go. So I think that's going to be all from me for today. At least for this flight anyway. I think what I might do is let's just call in just to complete the flight. Obviously, we've still got passengers on board. They're scrambling for their bags right now. Let's get a...
Could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
Let's get the jetway on the go. Let's get a baggage service on the go.
Ground JBU 14907, could you please send the baggage?
Is it going to connect this time? Oh, it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we'll get, might as well get a catering service as well. And turn that off. That's not safe, but okay. Beautiful. Yeah, see how I think I'm a little bit... Let's see, does it actually say? A320. I should have stopped on that line. Oh well. Never mind. Got the food catering guys coming on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, let's have a quick play around with the drone camera before we leave this off. I'll show you exactly where that has just taken me. Let's have a bit of a look around this airport. Maybe we'll get a nice little shot from down here. I don't know. Something like that. Bit of focus. Bit of manual focus. Doesn't really make much of a difference at this zoom. There we go, a bit of that. And they're going. Okay, let's reset that. And then we'll just have a quick fly around, have a look at this airport real quick, in case you've not seen it. We've got an A380 down there, which is very cool. Boom. Oh, bit far there. It's got a very pointy nose though, that doesn't look too accurate. Yeah, so we've got this airport. I think those two buildings are relatively similar. That's part of the airport as well. I think that's like a cargo parking. And then you've got some more parking down here. But this is sort of the main terminal. Got all the markings on the floor, which is very cool. Looks a lot more different to the bog standard airport. We'll just have to increase the speed a bit. Yeah, and then you've got the main terminal building over here. Very cool, iconic looking airport terminal. And then we have the main entrance over here, which is looking very nice indeed. And all the highways coming in. Very cool indeed. Lots of car parking. Lots of car parking. And now we've finished our flight, let's just have a play about with the lighting. Oh, no, is it gonna freeze every time I do this? Maybe it's not such a good idea. Hello. Hello? Oh, yep, there we go. I don't know if I want to change this again now. Yeah, so we'll just go for scattered clouds and oh yes. There we go. Oh, dang. Looking pretty nice. And it's frozen again. I think it just does this every time. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, it's looking good at this time of day. Twilight. My plane down there looks absolutely tiny compared to the A380. And this terminal that actually brought me into here is actually the where JetBlue would actually operate from Denver, which is quite cool. Nice little detail of realism, whether the game knew that or not. I kind of doubt that, but it kind of worked in our favor in this instance. See if we can get a bit of sun coming in. Nice. Very nice. Oh, there we go again. There we go. Nice. The lighting at this time of day looks just so good in this game. Okie dokie. Right then, so that is going to do it from me for today. So once again, thank you very much for following today. If you've followed, appreciate that very much. Hope you enjoyed the flight. There's going to be more like this to come, hopefully with less scuffed landings. I have flown a decent amount of ILS approaches to know that it's not supposed to go like that. And yeah, I don't intend for it to go like that again. And maybe I'll test them again. Maybe I'll test them in the future. Make sure it's going to work okay. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the flight. And if you've got any suggestions for other routes you'd like me to fly, any other planes you'd like me to see me fly, drop it down on my send me a mention me on Twitter, or by all means you can find me on Facebook, or drop me a comment on the video on YouTube. Whatever works for you. Yeah, once again, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.
Ground JBU14907, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft? Ground JBU14907, could you please send a fuel truck?
JBU-14907, no fuel truck is available.